Hello, hello. Welcome to another edition of We-On-Loc Nation channel. I am your host with a special guest, the lovely and magnificent DoeEyes. I wish I had a soundboard so I can give you a hand clap. How you doing, DoeEyes? Can you hear me? Because I'm having a difficult time hearing you. She is present, but yet we can hardly hear her. DoeEyes, if you want, you can come out and then come back in. If you can go out and come back in, because I still can't hear you. And blessings to everybody that's in attendance in the building. I don't know if she can. She's here. Well, she's either I can't hear her or she's real low. Yeah. Yeah, go out and come back in and get this party started. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Become a member of the We-On-Loc channel. As we have our special guest here, she's just having microphone issues right now, but it's all good. It's all good. How's everybody else doing? I see Joy's in the building. How are you, Joy? Blessings, peace and blessings. Peace and blessings to everyone. Observation has arrived to listen to. Who else is in attendance? Shakim versus everybody. Is this the Shakim that we all know? Is this the Shakim that we all know? Oh man, I haven't heard from brother Shakim in a minute. I haven't heard from him in a minute. But DoeEyes will return in just a few. She's just having some mic issues. But as the world turns, you shouldn't be talking about any, and we're going to be talking about any and everything once she comes back. More than likely tomorrow I will not be on, depending upon the day, because I just decided to take a little bit of time off the air. Oh, she is back. Let's see if her mic is working. Let me see. DoeEyes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I had to go on another device.
Oh, okay. Much better. Much better. How you been, Princess?
I am doing much better. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm okay. I haven't got much sleep, but I'm all right. I'm okay. So how's the health, and first and foremost, how's the health and everything?
Coming along. This is my first weekend not being in a hospital bed, so I'm going to enjoy it to the fullest.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So how long have you been on YouTube? I know you've been there longer than I have. Well, how long have you been on YouTube?
Actually, I uploaded or began to upload random little videos, crazy little non-important things since 2013, but I really didn't start actually doing videos until, I'm going to say, somewhere after June of 2020.
June of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
That's not too far from me. Do you enjoy it? Do you enjoy it as much as you did then as you do now, or you just enjoy it all in general?
I enjoy many spaces that I go, but to be honest, and I will, there's disappointment in some of the spaces I go, and I believe it's probably due to my not fully understanding the quote unquote entertainment value, and also how low some people have gone. And that's just me. Some people take it and keep pushing. Some people, and I don't mean to be offensive, may not even have a modicum of a moral compass. So whatever they do, you have to excuse my voice, I'm still getting everything back together. Whatever they do, as far as dignity or how others may view them, they don't care. As long as it's padding their pockets, and this does not apply to everyone. I want to say that first. Most people really don't care. And maybe to a fault for me. Perhaps I care a little bit too much or more than I should with certain things.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. Uh, uh, in what particular, and I'm not gonna ask what particular space because I know if I give a certain name, you'd probably be saying no, all of them act that way. So let's just say, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Ask anything. Ask anything. If I don't want to answer it, there'll be space.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, what in particular space that you do like to be in? Like you can say, "Oh, I enjoy this space," versus the space that's like, "It's too ratchet. It's too just dysfunctional." What space are you comfortable versus aren't you comfortable?
That's an awesome question. And to answer that, every space I've gone to, they have the same issues. They have the same problems.
Women issues.
I'm sorry?
Women issues.
Not just women issues, um, betrayal issues, issues as far as releasing what you may have thought was between you and another person. You have people wanting to do pull ups. You have the dark spaces of doxing. Hey, Joy, how are you? Um, you have it all in many spaces. And when I go and I listen, sometimes when I throw eyes in the chat, it's because I'm literally feeling like, well, this is how my original place is. So it's how can I put it? You see much and you may hear much of the same things. Some may be more intense than others, but I've seen it all. I've heard it all.
Well, just recently there was an issue with, well, not an issue per se, but more like a complaint with a certain YouTuber. And this YouTuber said that, you know, you blocked her or whatever, whatnot, for whatever reason it was. Um, and she just would like to know why you blocked her or whatever, or ignored her messages or whatever the case may be.
Okay,
Could
I
you
understand. Can I
yeah,
elaborate on
okay.
that? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I had a brief discussion, not verbal, but I'm just like everyone else. Sometimes I jump the gun, and there have been situations in the past where people have reached out to me and have asked, would you like to do a show on this, or would you speak on my behalf on this particular um, issue or a problem they may be going through because they were being bullied or harassed. And I believe many of us at some point or time have been. And I've done that. And there have been people who, after that, I would not hear from them, or we would set things up and I would not hear from them. And unfortunately, and I really hate feeling like this, I find that that has happened a lot. And I should not, and this is my fault, and I've mentioned that, I should not judge or put that jacket on everyone, but if you continuously experience the same thing or what may be received as the same thing, then sometimes you may be a bit apprehensive. And that is what happened in that particular case. And I just said, said it to myself, instead of me going through this possibly again, just to keep going. I was cordial, not mean, but I didn't know that it was received in the way that it was. So once I found out, um, I explained my reasons behind that. So there is no block individual at this time, and hopefully that would explain what happened in that situation.
So it was just a bit of a misunderstanding, so to speak. Just
Absolutely.
okay.
Absolutely. I mean, people that I don't particularly care for, they know it because my language would be quite different.
Okay. So if this individual, if I'm not saying that she would show up, because obviously she has things to do, but if this individual were to show up, come up on the panel, have a conversation, you wouldn't mind that, would you?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. Just wonder. And speaking of these things that currently happen in real time, these all the arguing, all the hatred, I call it what it is. It's pure hatred at its best. People say it's a business. People say, I mean, they equate it to a lot of things, and meaning these particular spaces that we know and hang out at. I mean, you might hang out at a more different space than I do. I myself usually hang out in spaces where um it's particularly a business model to, you know, talk about certain people or have, you know, certain ideologies in you. And then there's those particular spaces where I've been in where it's just too dark. And you explained it earlier. Um all the people that always threaten to pull up on you and, you know, look at your look up your IP address, uh, and try to embarrass you further, like putting your address out on display for everybody to see. And I was just wondering if you had any particular experiences with that happening to you, or any at all.
I was a victim, and I really don't want to rehash this, but briefly, I went through the bullying, harassing, and being dragged early on. And I've forgiven those people. And I would hope that things that I may have done or said, because as I said, I am not perfect. They have as well. And the forgiveness is not for the other person, it's for you. And for a long time after my ordeal, if my phone would ring from an unknown number, I would jump. And sometimes I still do because it was that bad where I took things off of YouTube after I fired my warning shot. And to me, there are a lot of people who fight their fight on social media. And it makes me wonder or question the credence of your actual battle. Is it for entertainment, or are you serious? Because most things that affect you seriously, I wouldn't be sharing with social media. You never allow your opponent to see your hand. At least that's my thought.
Never let them see your hand. Never let them see your sweat. That's what I say. But sometimes when sometimes when the pressure gets too strong, I mean, I just tell people to log off. I've done it myself plenty of times. Um, have you? Who really gets on your nerves? Who really gets on your nerves to the point where you really just want to just smack the shit out of somebody? Who
I
on
know
this
you
face
did not,
gets on your?
but you really just asked me that.
I'm just saying.
You're gonna have to get my cash app for me to answer that. No, there is one particular person who, in my opinion, gets on many, many people's, many
Oh, there
people's
are
nerves.
many.
Yes, and I've made a couple of videos in reference to that individual. Um, yes, I cannot say that I do not like particular people because, quite honestly, I don't know anyone personally. But what I can say is the behavior and what has happened, as I mentioned, with
Uh-oh. Technical difficulties. She will be right back. Hey, sis, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. Love you. Love you very much. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Ooh, she was about to get into the juicy parts. She was about to get into the juicy parts until, it happens. She'll be back in a few minutes. Meantime, in between time, like I said, oh, yep, she's here. Sweet. Ooh, I always do that. I am not computer savvy. Okay, you were
it's
saying?
okay. I was saying that because I don't know people personally, I can't say that I do not like them, but what I can say, their behavior and what they present, the energy, I do not like, and I've made it known. This person, in my opinion, has caused quite a bit of division, and they have a community wall that you may find yourself on, and you may find yourself having to be the target of a complaint with a government agency and just just a lot of BS. And it's ridiculous because this person is either
Uh,
57 or 58. I'm 55, and it's to me an embarrassment. And people already say now, which I get totally offended, that people over 50 shouldn't be on social media. They don't know how to behave, this, that, and the third, which is totally untrue. And not everyone over 50 behaves in that way. And for a woman, and again, this is totally my opinion, it's totally embarrassing. And they like to purport themselves to be regal and lack excellence when the truth of the matter is they're the exact opposite.
wait, did you just mention agency? I meant to ask you that. Did you just mention
Yes,
it's gone that far to the point where
absolutely. Absolutely.
you,
Absolutely.
what? Well, okay. Oh,
You
all
sounded
right.
like a little owl. You were trying to get it out. You were like, ooh, 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 but you didn't quite get it
I,
out.
I don't. Now I've heard people have fake called the police on people. I've called jobs, which is stupid. Um, you calling the agency? How far? How far are we willing to go to stoop so low to the point where we have to call the agency on somebody? Worse than that.
Let me give you a brief synopsis. This individual apparently, and I must say allegedly, only to be prudent and responsible.
Hold on a second. Before you go into that, I hold on. I got to change something real quick. This is crazy. This
What do you
crazy.
got to change? Don't you get me hung up on anything now.
No. That's all I wanted to change. Now go ahead.
Okay. Allegedly, this individual who was elevated, if you will, to a top moderator position on a large platform. Again, my home, if you will, sector. Because of the behavior, because of many complaints, their moderator, and I don't mean to laugh because it's silly, but her moderator stick was taken when she was on vacation. So the story is this individual was fired in front of many people, and she is saying that because it's YouTube and she was the moderator and did many business deals, if you will, for this content creator, that she was wrongfully terminated. So it's been escalated all the way up to the the EEOC. They just finished mediation, I want to say not even a week ago. So when you ask the question, does it go that far? In this particular case, yes. And you were on my panel maybe last year or year before last when Judge Joe Brown was on, I believe. And
yes,
another individual who I definitely do not communicate with anymore sued another content creator and won by default, I want to say 11 million, but will they ever collect a penny? I doubt it. But yes, you have people doing that. And the problem I have is this. If you are, and this person definitely was, a willing participant in the effery, and then when it's your turn and you get dragged, then you want to call foul? No. So the only reason why I believe that that person was afforded the default judgment is because the other person did not respond. And knowing that individual, they weren't going to respond. But again, you can file, you can actually win a large purse. But the question remains at the end of the day, will you collect anything, especially when no assets are in your name?
Ooh.
So you exhausted all of that energy and you still have not collected one red cent.
So let's just say, for example, if you are being harassed to the point where this particular person throws out your address, harasses you online and talks about you like a dog and sends out your personal stuff all across the YouTube streets, is it a possibility that you could do this very same thing to this individual? Like you can take them, you can file for harassment. Can you actually do that?
It's up to you and what, excuse me, what your jurisdiction says about those things. Shakim, is that the real Shakim? Do you know
Uh,
Shakim?
of course. I've been
Hi,
knowing her for a
Shakim.
long time.
Okay, I did not know that. I did not. Oh,
Oh
wait a
yeah.
minute. Let me ask you something, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still considered being in the Umar Johnson, quote unquote, sector? Is that still alive and well, or is it like fading away?
That may be a line, but I'm not there. I haven't been there in or attended long term in quite a while. I
But you
left.
can, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I mean, when the homie D is there, sometimes I'll come over and I'll say hi and I'll shoot a few words. But long term, no, I'm not there anymore.
Okay, but
Mind, body, and
I've seen you
you
do
see.
videos on Dr. Johnson.
Yeah, I've done videos, but that doesn't mean I'm connected to that sector. I mean,
See, I didn't
I've
know that. I thought that you were. I thought that I met you, I believe, from Coach D. And Coach D would know exactly who I'm speaking about as far as that moderator. Um, Hopefully, he and I can do a dual interview on a particular content creator's page. But he knows exactly who I'm speaking of. But I thought you were with that's how
yeah,
I
yeah.
saw, and I come to a lot of you all's pages from Coach D. So when I go to certain spaces and I see some of the, I'll just say some of the differences of opinions, I'm looking like, wait a minute, I thought everybody was part of this little happy family. So it's like, I don't know if you all are still together or people are spreading out, but still have the Umar Johnson sector as a home. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there are people who are still there, but I mean, there are also those who are venturing elsewhere to, do content over other people's channels. But as Shakim just put it, is like I do content, but I'm not in that sector. So I mean, and I haven't been in that sector for quite a long time due to the fact that it didn't move me anymore. It didn't move me in any shape or form. As a matter of fact, there was just too many. There was just too much nonsense going on. Too many knuckleheads, doing too much dumb stuff at the time. So I just said, you know what? I'm just gonna travel elsewhere. And big
Can you
sis,
elaborate on that? Can you elaborate
yeah,
on the
at the
neighborhood,
time,
doing too
sure.
much? Give me
No,
the
no, no.
juice.
I mean, at the time, um, I had was when I was doing Umar content at the time. During the time when I was in the Umar sector, I know I caught a lot of flack from some people, a lot of people, and then there was certain beefs that I had with certain people who would be named nameless. And then there was the incident with some crazy woman that proclaimed herself to be in the what would she say? She was a Black Panther at the time. Some stupid shit. I'm like, okay, you're a Black Panther, but you're dabbling in the dirt with a whole bunch of white people. Okay, and you're a pansexual. Okay, cool. So, and then she tried to have me start beefs with other content creators, which I did not know anything anything about. I didn't know no names. I didn't see no faces. I didn't know none of that stuff. And then the final straw was when she was telling some lies about me and said that, I don't know, I was she was sending some pictures of her naked body or whatever, and I was doing some inappropriate stuff. It goes far. And then it went so far that I had to cuss the bitch out, and rightfully so. And then, but other people started saying, well, this individual that you're dealing with is no good to begin with, because she lies, and there's a stack of lies on top of that. And other people who I did not know just kept coming up there, and I didn't expect all this. I didn't expect all that. And then it went further, and it went further down the food chain, and we weren't even talking about anything except for Umar. Now, let's not forget, just because it says the Umar sector does not mean that everybody is for Umar. It's pretty much like anti-Umar, if you know what I mean. So not everybody's Umar's cup of tea. And there are very few people.
And that's what's confusing to me, because I remember doing an interview with Information Man Show, and Coach T came up and he said that he felt as though the interview was a softball interview, because Information Man Show did an interview with Lennon Honor. And Coach D felt as though that the questions were soft, if you will. You know Lennon Honor, F, D, and G is singing. I like that song. I like that song. I wish I could sing it, but yeah. So I remember that, and I know from that particular situation, I don't know who is for Dr. Umar Johnson and who is against, but it is my understanding that many, many, many people have donated to this particular school. And then there is a population of people who believe that there have been scams. So I don't know. I haven't been around the space long enough. I'm still getting acclimated as to who is who.
Brother, I'm gonna need more than that. If you want quality, give me some quality money, damn it. That's Black Man Unfiltered. That's big bro over there, always talking shit. If you want quality shit, give me the quality money, damn it. But anyway, Lennon Honor. I don't mind it anymore. I mean, if he wants to make his little bubblegum money, then let him make his little bubblegum money. Oh, she dropped off again. But back to you. I do appreciate you, big bro, for shooting me the $10, but you gotta get a little bit more than that. Where them 20s at? Where them 30? Where the 30s at? Where the 50s at? You want quality or quantity? I can't stop it. Yeah, but check this out.
Yes.
Lennon Honor can continue to make his bubblegum money, whatever he wants to do. He's been doing this for over 14, 15 years. I guess when the paper get low, the hungriness show. You know what I'm saying? So Umar ain't gonna stop what he doing. And what he doing is, is good in my opinion. It's just that everybody, including Coach D, is waiting on the school to open. So should be no far. We shouldn't be that far behind anyway, because it's what, June. So I predict, yeah, September, when everything is settled and set in stone. Um, Pretty much he opened up school. I mean, it's his project. Let's just say that it's his project. It's his baby. He put, time and effort into, well, in his time is his baby. People often wish he would spend more time at the school doing whatever, but I don't judge him based on what he wants to do. If he wants to go around and lecture to the people, then, and he's been doing it for over 20-25 years, then go ahead and do so. I mean, it's well needed versus all this. If you look around the sector, I mean, what's better to hear? All this shit about where dudes front about women, and women always talking shit about men, or would you rather hear Umar talk about, you know, all the things that are happening here in the United States of America and all across the globe, and how we can overcome so many things by coming together as a unit? I'd rather listen to that all day long than versus, you know, you're not feminine enough, you're masculine and all this other shit. But I mean, that's up to y'all. I mean, whatever you want. I mean, whatever y'all want to do, however you want to do it, then go right ahead.
But what about the population of people who believe that his message, plural messages, are disingenuous? How would you respond to that?
Disingenuous. What do you mean?
That, well, some people even like to place the jacket of coon on Dr. Johnson. Should I not have
Coon.
said that? I'm sorry.
Wait.
But
No, no,
it's
no, no, no.
true.
You're
I'm not
fine. You're
saying
fine.
that, but I'm just asking.
No, no, no. I know you're not saying that. I know you're not saying that. But him being a coon, how and how far? Where does where? Oh, I get it. I get it. Is he allegedly a coon because he has white people work for him? That's the reason why he's a coon? Um, no, because ultimately, when you beg so many times for so many people of your ilk to do a particular job, if it is not to your satisfaction, or the the price is not to your satisfaction, or whatever the case may be, and it's been going on and on and on for so many years, including all the other stuff in between that's happened during that time, which is um uh vandalations going on. I think it's just time to go. I think it's time to go in a different direction, because again, we are not a patient people. We're not patient at all. We show impatience a lot of times. And I do understand that people have been duped by other people in the community, including hoteppers, so-called hoteppers that often beg for money, and of course the Tommy Sotomayors of the world.
Okay, what is your
But
definition of so-called hoteppers?
hoteppers, the one that preaches preaches unity, fake unity, but likes to, you know, hang out with white women and at the basketball games and the bleachers. I'm talking about those hoteppers that don't really look the way that they seem, like a young pharaoh who has shown to beat up his baby mama from time to time, or you got those type of people who really like to talk shit about. I'm not saying everyone, because I would consider, like, say, Vicky Dillard to be a very nice lady. I would consider, well, I have to give props to a Q Butter for doing what he does for his community. But the rest of them, it's I mean, you just smoke and mirrors to me. And I'm not saying that.
You mentioned
Go ahead.
Vicky Dillard. I listen to her often. So how do you feel about Dr. Boyce Watkins? Or do you feel any way about him at all?
I don't. I'm gonna be nice, and I'm gonna say, yeah, I don't feel anything about that guy at all. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I want to rewind a quick moment where you mentioned something about lawsuits and putting information out there, and I explained to you about some of the things that I've seen in many spaces, and you mentioned about, I'll just say, private photos. There was an incident last week where a particular content creator was on live allegedly in her natural essence, if you will. And the story goes that her dog accidentally hit the camera, and all her natural essence was shown. And she quickly deleted the live, but someone allegedly took a photo of it and it was shared. So they were very upset, and we are at another individual speaking about calling law enforcement. And a lot of the reactions were, number one, well, you were live, you shouldn't have been on live in your natural essence. And her response was, if I'm at home alone, I can walk away or walk around however I would like to. That is true, but at the same time, with technology, and there have been many camera slips over,
Yes.
I'll just say the moon. So
yes,
if you're aware that that's a possibility, just me, this is just me. And if someone says, well, no, you're wrong, okay, we'll just have to respectfully agree to disagree. That is something that I would not do, because it's out there now. It's out there. And the question
Yep.
I would say would be out there, well, you pressed the live button. You knew you had nothing on. So what are you going to tell the police? Well, I was on social media, butterball naked, and it accidentally showed. That's not revenge, you know what? You made a faux pas, and unfortunately, someone caught it. Was it wrong? Absolutely. Absolutely, in my opinion. But whose fault was it?
I think
So when
I
I
know
tell
who
you
you're
there's
speaking of.
mess everywhere, there is mess everywhere.
Well, let me tell you about. I think I know. I think I might know who you're speaking of. But just in case, let's just say Had, has anybody told you about what happened to me last year? Because it might be similar. Did anybody tell you?
I'm
Anybody
sorry.
ask you? I said, did anybody inform you about what my story was last year?
No. At least, I mean, I've heard bits and pieces about lots of people, but as far as an actual story, you're talking about you being um, in your natural state.
Well, when you say natural, okay. When you say natural state, what do you mean? Like, the person was in their clothes, out of their clothing,
The latter. The latter.
huh?
The
Say that one
latter.
more time. Oh, the latter.
The
Oh, okay,
latter.
okay. I got you. No, I basically it's like this, and like I said, it might be similar. I don't know, but yeah, there was a certain individual whose natural was out there in the atmosphere, if you will, and this person decides to point out certain individuals, proclaiming that they were responsible for some pictures that were out in the atmosphere. And let's just say that certain individuals, I'm not going to name names, but it was yet called revenge, you know what? Corn. Corn on the cob. Somehow my name came up, and it's like, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I never seen anybody's undergarments. it possibly one person, but here's the thing. If you don't have an attachment to it, if you don't have your face on it, how will we know? I mean, I never seen anything. I have not seen
Well, for this
anything.
particular situation,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
that's a tough situation.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, I mean, for some odds, but certain things that I wish I could take back. If I could take back anything that I did, I would have gone online, because I was ready to just take a break for at least 5, maybe 6 months. But there was some things.
Went on live.
You're going in and out. What'd you say? DoeEyes, can you hear me? Say that again. Yeah, you probably might have to come back, go out and come back. But yeah, if just in case she in it. But if I could take one thing back, I would have never had gone online and made that video that I did. I would just not have done it. But overall, the one thing that had been done to me, I would have never thought it would have happened that way. But ultimately, I let it happen, and I didn't make no bones about it until the other stuff happened. But it's water under the bridge at this point. clearly water under the bridge. So anyway, share, subscribe, subscribe to the channel. If you like what you hear, you like what you see, please become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. And let me go back to this crazy comment. What did I tell you about cameras? In the background for the professional podcast. Where's my $10 go? Damn it! It went in my pocket, sucker. Nah, something's wrong with her. Something wrong with her mic. Here she go. Oh, why do I keep doing that? Okay, you there?
Are you there? Yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
I was saying there's a situation now where you have two grown men, early 50s, talking about fighting. And to me, it's just, unless it's behind the scenes plays or manufactured beef, to me, it's crazy. But again, certain spaces, that's what you have. And not all places are like this, but in several areas, yeah, you're gonna get some mess.
Yeah, I know. That's why I elected to leave. But let me ask you a question. What would you say if I were to come to you, right, and I said, I can't take this anymore. I can't take it, and there's too many disruptive people, and too much dishonesty, too many people, just being reckless. I'm not going to take it anymore. I'm out. I'm out of YouTube for good. What would you say to me? And if you were to say anything, if you would have any advice for me, what would it be?
If you're a believer, I would first suggest that you pray on it before you make any decisions. And again, this is just my personal opinion. I wouldn't go to man. Man can lead you down rabbit holes you may never be able to get out of. So my honest answer to you would be, talk with your creator if you're a believer. Because what I may say may not be the answer for you.
Interesting. And I think that's what's missing from these spaces. But the one thing I'll say, because not everybody's a believer of the creator, so I would say this. I think what's missing in some of these spaces is the word love. Love is never mentioned at any point in time in these spaces. It's always about respecting a man. A man must be respected at all times, or we don't get enough appreciation. We're not acknowledged enough, and our women don't acknowledge us enough. What say you to that?
I can't speak for everyone or anyone other than myself. I do see a disconnect. I do see a hiccup in many relationships. I believe that honest dialogue isn't always accomplished. Before one person may be afforded to get their thought out, someone may be already upset, and then they're attacking each other on the panels, and at the end of the day, nothing was really accomplished. So I think if people were to go in, if possible, with an open mind and allow people to get their thoughts off and realize that they may not agree, but at least you're giving that other person the opportunity to state what they're feeling and perhaps get a better understanding of where that person is coming from, whether you agree or not. Sometimes listening can be fruitful, and I'm guilty of that, jumping the gun. So others may be the same. I'm not sure, but that's how I would answer that.
And it goes into my next thing about mental mental health. Um, more like mental illness. And I'm not saying you have a, or I don't know if your situation, I don't know if it's a mental illness or something has. Well, let's just say it's a condition. We don't know, as we grow older, the more we argue with each other, and stop me if I'm wrong about this, the more we age, or the more we argue, excuse me, the more we age faster. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. I think I've gone through a lot, and I know that others have too, but I stress too much, and that doesn't help my current health um, condition right now. And even though there are people that say I look younger than what I am, sometimes I'm like, oh my God, I've aged almost 10 years. And I just know me, and I got to find a way to learn how to not sweat the small stuff, because there are certain things I know that I have no control over. But I'll just say this, sometimes I get in my own way, and that's a problem. And yes, you can age. I've seen people much younger than myself, and I look at them, they haven't even been on social media that long, but they've allowed the stress or quote unquote fame affect them to where they have indeed, in my opinion, physically aged.
But I don't see. I've been in your lives plenty of times and seen your picture plenty of times. You look the same as you did before. Wonderful indeed. But sometimes there are times where I heard you like want to cuss somebody out like a damn sailor. Like, why are you so stressed? That is that is not DoeEyes. I just say that's not you. I wouldn't expect a person like you to get upset about anything, especially being up here. Now, I don't know anything about your personal life, but when it comes to this here streets, uh, baby girl, you don't need to be mad about anything.
I'm human, We-On-Loc, and when you are betrayed and you have narcissistic, manipulating witches floating around on their brooms, at times you are going to blow up. I've held a lot of things in. I can hold water for a very long time, and I have over the past few years, and this person has continued nonstop. And yeah, I've been upset, and that's a different side of me, but never think, and I've said that before, never think it's not in me. It's in everyone, I believe. I could be wrong. When when they are swayed the wrong way. Some things, yes, you can ignore. Some things, yes, you probably should ignore. But when people, I'll just say this, because I've seen you angry, sir. I've seen you angry. I've actually seen the fangs come out. But when people literally, I did. I mean, I saw those front teeth and I'm like, oh, he's angry. But when people sit there and actually play in your face, I'm no different than many other women. I'm going to say something, most likely. And I've had to do that a couple of times. And it wasn't bad, trust me. At one point in time, my mouth was horrible. So what you may have heard was light in comparison.
I don't. I might be naive to it, but damn it, I just don't see it. I don't see the beautiful and bright person that you are, and had many talks, by the way, with Judge Joe Brown. Which congratulations, you've done the damn thing, and I know y'all have many discussions throughout your tender about, I mean, many things that you have talked about in the past, and I've seen you sit there and just bright eyes as the angels from heaven. I've seen it before. I'm sorry. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Call me
Well,
naive. Call me crazy. I just don't see. And
naive and
by
crazy,
the way,
you
though,
are
eyes, I don't
naive.
have fangs.
You're naive and crazy if you were to believe that myself or any other person at any given time, if they're rubbed the wrong way, they were not come out with toys blazing. I'll just say that.
Okay.
Sexy Toy Lady is asking you a question.
Yeah, she's asking. She's asking me, is she answering questions? Of course, she's answering questions. Of course, yes, yes. She would like to hear you speak. As I ask the question, then you're supposed to answer it, and the audience is supposed to hear the answer to the question. Yes, sexy toy lady. Thank you very much for exerting. Now back to you.
Dag.
Yeah, we've done this dialogue back and forth before. Again, she comes from the Umar sector, and
I know Sexy Toy Lady. I mean, I don't know her nor, but hey, Sexy Toy Lady.
yeah,
I speak to her in chat.
huh?
I speak to her in chats.
Yeah, I mean, she's cool and everything, but I mean, I say my highs and I say my goodbyes. Again, it's just the vibe over there is just not what it used to be, and this is the reason why I'm solo. But the thing that I was going to ask you when it came to the whole mental health aspect of it is that, going back to a dear friend of mine, which both of you have conditions, let's just say that. I think being in these spaces are for too long, those who cause the most chaos. I mean, at some point when you get older, you're just gonna have to do something a little bit different, because, correct me if I'm wrong, we're all getting to the point where anything can happen to us because of our ages and the time that we put in YouTube and the time we spend raging, right? Because we rage almost every day, right or wrong. We rage every single day over the same stuff over and over again, and it's not healthy. It's not healthy by any means.
You said we rage, like RAGE?
Yeah, we fuss, we fight, we talk about dumb shit all the time. It's like,
I don't. I'll speak my piece, but um, maybe some do. But at my age and what I just dealt with, no, it's not worth it. And I speak on that often. You never know when life will throw you a Vita Blue curveball, and all that energy that you have exhausted on things that, if you have to be sit down and think about, was that really worth me wasting my time, energy, and breath? Because all of those things I just mentioned, you won't ever get back. And it's easier to sit here and say that, but when you're actually in a situation and you are forced, and that's the operative word, when you are actually forced to look at your life, wonder if, wow, this is this the beginning of my end? It really puts things into perspective. Now, business-wise, this is a business for many people. So I understand the need and want for the viewership, of course, the financial reward that many can receive from it. Some people just like the fellowship, but is all of that, and again, I might get my head chopped off, and it's okay, is all of that really worth it at the end of the day, when if you run into a serious situation, will any of those people pick up the phone, DM, or email you and say, hey, are you okay? Do you need anything? If you are a regular face on YouTube or any social media platform, and you go missing for a week or two, of all the people that super chat you and sometimes roll in the mud with you doing the effery, can you count on one hand how many of those people will truly be there for you and notice, wait a minute, I haven't seen such and such in a while. I wonder if they're okay. People are fickle, We-On-Loc, and I learned that. There are a few people that reached out because the first week no one knew. The second week, the first week, oh my God, was really touch and go. But the second week, I started to post, and it was a journey, and it taught me many things. Many things. So can it do a job on you mentally and emotionally? Yes. And that's why I say you just have to learn how to, or try to discern what's really important in your life individually. YouTube is going to be here when you're gone. What are you leaving as your legacy? What can you say in your video bucket? Wow, this was really inspiring. This helped me. I was going through a rough time, but I see the strength in this person. I see the will in this person. I see the determination in this person. When all the odds stacked up, I see this in this person. How many people do you know that you can look through their video bucket and see something inspirational or motivating in their videos? And if you don't see not one single video that has something positive or inspiring, then to me, and this is just me, there's a problem.
We'll see here when you say that, and people can do that all day long and not get the attention that is needed. Versus if I want to talk about ratchet stuff all day, it's gonna depending upon what it is, and most likely we all know what topic we like to put on the thumbnails. When our thumbnails are good, right, we get the attention that is needed when it's ratchetness. And I could there's unless there's a crisis going on, people say people can say and do whatever they please as long as it's getting them views, as long as it's getting them clicks, as long as they're getting the cash apps, as long as they're getting the super chats. But when it comes to when it comes to people, what you and I do every other day, and what my boy D does, and he does both. He does both, ratchet and positive stuff. The ratchet always wins. It always wins.
You're right. I understand that, and I see that. I go and visit different areas, and I am not going to embellish. There are certain things that people will say. I'm in tears, laughing like, "Oh my God, did that person just say that?" So keep in mind, laughter is a medicine too. Now, if someone is being dragged and families and children are put out like that, then no. But simple or light roasting, I'm gonna laugh, and I have laughed. I was in a chat yesterday while I was at work, and someone just went off on someone, and I was sitting there rolling. I'm like, oh, because I didn't expect that from that individual. So, and I think that's the beauty of not really knowing people, because we think that they're mild mannered, and then all of a sudden the F bombs start flying, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So, yes.
Yeah, I love a good roast too. Uh, I don't mind roasting people my damn self. Some people do need it, but when it comes to the you know you fallen so short, and you into your feelings so bad so much that you would willing to do the unthinkable, which is go as low as you possibly can and talking about people's personal life, personal stuff, and then it goes like, okay, it's not fun anymore. It's not fun anymore after that. It goes from that to I wanna see you in person, and yeah,
Yes.
and then the guns are drawn. Trust
So
you
that's
and
a
me.
perfect segue to you, Mr. We-On-Loc.
Oh boy.
During your tenure, no, I asked good questions. During your tenure, what would you say, and you don't have to answer it, but if you decide to, what would you say has been the most stressful or embarrassing moment for you, if there has been one? Because keep in mind, if you're on social media, then as they say, you're kind of like a free game to people, if you will.
I should have never helped that crazy bitch. I
Hey,
should have
wait a
never.
minute, man. Wait a minute. I know this is your show, but I am a woman, and I don't really
My
like
my, my
that.
bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. I
Thank
should have
you.
never helped that crazy woman out ever. I should have never ever helped her out. If I knew
But
then what
if
I
you
know
did it
now,
from the heart, if you did it from the heart, did you do it from the heart?
yes, ma'am.
And was she quote unquote crazy before, during, or after? See, this is the thing, and I'm not fussing at you, even though my finger is pointing at the device. Why do some people want to help an individual and then something may go wrong, and then all of a sudden, because again, for my quote unquote home sector, this is what's going on now with several people. Why do women become the B words after you help them and then something allegedly, and I will say that and I'll continue to say that just to be responsible. Why do they turn into bees? Were they bees in the beginning, or did they just morph into bees when something goes wrong? And I'll go on murked, as Shakim would say.
Oh, everybody likes using that word. Mert. Here's the thing. I can only go by what I do, what I say, and I can only hold myself accountable for what I say and do. Here it goes. Whenever I say that word, I say it out of anger, because it's like, how in the hell do you go out your way when I don't necessarily want to, but I'm doing this out of what I believe is the right thing to do, right? And when I've done this for all people starting in my family and outside of my family. I've gotten screwed once before, and then even when I was in my teens, I've gotten screwed out of my lineage, out of my family, right? Coming on here, it's like it's the internet. But again, I would never have thought in this life that a person would do what this person did to me. It was a shock, and I don't do people like that. If it's a problem, then please let's just disconnect and not talk to each other ever again, if that's the case. But what that person did to me, and on top of that, gone further and further to talk about my mother, who had passed away. It's been like a full year now. You're dead to me at that point, because I've shared moments about my mother, intimate moments about my mom, to this person, and to this very day, it still hits me that why would I share a moment where my mom was in a condition where she couldn't help herself? A lot of people had to be around her to help her with the condition that she was in. She couldn't use but one arm. She couldn't use her legs. She had one arm. And the last time I spoke with her, my uncle was on the phone with me. And and she was fine. She was just fine. She was just talking like she normally talks. and she only had seconds, right? Because in her way, you know, she speaks to certain people with a certain amount of seconds, and then she goes and does her thing. That's her condition didn't worsen. It didn't get better. It just what it was. And then 2 days prior, she passes away. And then I still to this day miss my mother. But when and both my parents are gone. So when I share with you that, plus, I mean, forget about what I said. Forget about the money. Forget about the money. Forget about all that stuff. All that stuff I could care less about. Now, the number was ridiculous, and I laugh about it every time I hear it. But that thing, when I'm thinking that that you can possibly potentially can be my closest friend, and you do that type of thing to me, that makes you an enemy in my eyes. And that's when I go out of control. That's when I get out of control. And that's when I call you every name out the book.
I'm very sorry for your loss, but may I ask a question? And
Yes,
it is not to be offensive. And I'll share this really quick. It may not be the same for everyone, but when it comes to matters of the heart, and I'll get into that in a short moment. And I'm not defending anyone, don't get me wrong, but people can say and will say the most unthinkable. I remember when my mom was very close to transitioning, and I couldn't look at her at that state. I wanted to remember her as the jovial, full of energy, beautiful person that she was. And my ex went and looked at her the last time, and my brother did because I couldn't do it. And my ex and I got into an argument, and these were the exact words. When I mentioned something about my mom passing, I remember the last look, and my brother said that she was really heavy, but that was from the fluid. So I decided to have a closed casket. So for my ex to say something, remembering the last look, was a very low, to me, demonic statement. As much as my mom did for both of us, welcomed us, I'll just say this. There are some people that unfortunately will say some of the lowest things. Sometimes they get back together. Some people never speak to them again. As you just mentioned, that person may be an enemy in your eye, but my question is this. Are they, and if I'm digging too deep or crossing a boundary, let me know and I'll stop. But I've heard you mention this a couple of times, and I know the old adage is out of sight, out of mind, but I just wonder, and you can clear it up, even though you just said that individual is an enemy in your eyes, are they an enemy of your heart? And again, if that's overstepping my boundaries, let me know and I'll stop.
Oh no,
I'm very observant. I'm sorry?
I can definitely answer that.
I'll go on merch.
No, because she's already been released. I released her from my heart. I released her from my spirit because I don't believe in some other things that came up before. And I'm like, okay, so I am a victim of others who she has done this to. And I'm like, okay, cool. I said what I've said in a peaceful manner. And when I said those things, that was a releasable moment in my mind. And the only thing I can say is God be with you. Because I let the universe deal with the people that tried to hurt me. I often, when I say that, I don't have to say anymore.
Okay, question. And this is not a debate. And I know that a lot of men refer to women as bees. A lot of women refer to each other as bees. Have I said it? Of course I have. I try really hard not to, but I really cringe when I hear men calling other women bees. So, because it seems like when you said that there was a little bit of anger fueled, have you really gotten past the situation or person, or are you still holding on to anything? Even though you just said you released it because you didn't refer to them as this person, you said B. And again, I could be wrong. I picked that up. I feel like I'm totally.
I got too. I quite frankly got too much work. I got too much stuff to do. I got to raise my. I got to keep continuously to raise my kids. I ain't got time for none of that. I mean, of course, you know the nitpicking and the poking of the bear. It continues to go on, and she's probably stalking me right now. But I mean, it doesn't. At this point, I'm favored.
We-On-Loc. We-On-Loc.
Yes, ma'am.
You did not answer the question, which leads me but to believe you still might have, and I could be wrong, but because you didn't answer the question, you Sammy Davis tech around it. You didn't answer it. So do you still
When
have
it
a
comes to
little?
the B word, when it comes to the B word, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, I didn't mean that. Well, could you reframe the question, please, so I can answer it clearly?
Yes. If you are 100% done, through, finito, finished, harbor no resentment, can you refer to that individual without using the B word?
Without
And
using it,
adding,
absolutely.
without using it, or adding crazy on top of it. Why can't you just say, and I'm not telling you what to say, but I'm asking because women, of course, are different from men. Why couldn't you just say, that woman? Why did it have to be a crazy bee? And you're not the only
Well,
one I've heard say this, but that's just my question to you. And I'm not
let
starting
me
any.
answer it before I lose it. Okay,
Yeah,
let me
because I'm
answer
gonna
it before I lose it.
keep my gun. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. That part, the part where you said, "Can I refrain from using that word?" Um, Absolutely. I can, but here's the thing. I don't well, she may be a woman, but let me ask you this real quick. Do you necessarily would you call an individual who has done harm to you a human being?
Would I do what? I'm sorry. If someone has done
If a
harm to
per-
me,
if a person, yes, yes, yes.
would I call them out of their name?
No, 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 no. Would you consider this person to be a human being?
We all are human. We may say and behave in ways that are not pleasing, but my belief is we are all human. And I am guilty of saying things that I have regretted out of the heat of the moment, out of sheer anger. And sometimes, and it may sound crazy to some people, but sometimes words can be more painful than a shove or a push, in my opinion.
Okay, well let me flip this on you then. What if a white woman came up to you and called you the N word? Would she be human then in your eye?
Yes, she's still human. She's just wrapped in a different package. But yes, she would still be human. Now, that's not
Okay,
to say that I would accept it and say, oh, call me that again. No. But to say that they're not human, personally, no, I can't say that.
was I
Despite,
being too? Was I being too? Yeah, I was being too facetious with that statement. So I didn't mean to say that word. I don't know about that. I didn't mean to say that word per se. Um, I per se would not consider them to be being um what's the word I'm looking for? Let's just say they're not right for me, and they never will be. Now, a white person who calls you the N word. I mean, I am a proponent of coming to a person of my ilk and doing bodily harm if necessary for my people, with my people. But if my people were to harm me and were to do the things that a particular individual, Michael Mick doesn't exist, I'm just going to call that out right now. What that person, individual did to me, would I call her out her name? After speaking with you, I would say you helped change my point of view a little bit. Now, I'm not saying it's going to stick because I am willing to listen to other people's points of views. And rather, if it makes sense, then yes, I will refrain from using that word. But don't think it's going to stick because I do have a soft side. But I often tell people, do not take my kindness for a weakness. No, she did. She didn't. Who didn't deserve it? You talking about Doe Eyes, or you talking about Michael Mick doesn't exist? But to answer, but did I answer your question uh, correctly?
I'm not going to say it was correctly, but yes, you answered what I wanted to know. I guess this part of me feels like there still could be um, a soft spot there. Again, I could be wrong, but it just seemed like it might be. And people that go through, why are you laughing at me, We-On-Loc?
For you say I'm just cracking up because you said I might have a soft spot for the person who basically put my address out there, talked about my mother and all this other stuff. But you know what?
Not
There was a
because, no, 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 not because of their actions. It's because of how, because I can speak about, and this wasn't your ex, I don't believe, but I can speak about my ex and other people that have done some things, and I'm not going to call them crazy MF or anything like that, because when I release and forgive, I've done that. So again, men may be extremely and very, very different in how they handle being hurt and the way that they have been hurt
Mhm.
differently than women, but I can speak freely and not call them out of their name. So sometimes people, when they do that, it might be a sign of something. I don't know. Let me just leave it alone. You said that you've gone on, so I'll leave it alone.
well, the okay. I definitely understand what you're saying. Um, that words, certain words, can be harmful, helpful, and then there are other words that can be hurtful. And we want to try our best to refrain from. I mean, you're saying that there are other ways to resolve a situation instead of calling women the B word, which you can I be honest, you are not going to convince a demographic of men, especially in these spaces, not to refrain from using that word to a person because of how hurt they are, per se. Many of these dudes are hurt. Um, they don't they don't know how to spiritually um refrain themselves from using that word and take a chill pill and relax. But we want to learn how to be more conditioned and uh, be graceful, if you will, with people, and just releasing them, and just going about our daily way, our daily way, without using words that could potentially hurt or harm somebody. I honestly get that. I honestly get what you're saying. Um, and I would say, for me personally, if I'm being talked to like I'm being talked to right now by you, and if you ask me, could you refrain yourself from using certain words? I would tell you yes. I would do that. I would definitely do that. But again, I have the 3 strike rule, right? The first time, I'm just gonna not speak to you. I'm just not gonna speak to you. I'm like, okay, all right, whatever. Second time, I'm going, ma'am, please refrain yourself from doing harm, verbally harming me by screaming or using foul language towards me, because I didn't do that to you. Or I would prefer to the host, and I would let him or her know that this person is bothering me, or I'll just potentially click off. That's what I would do. Third time, and the third time, I'm gonna weigh it out before I give a strike 3. I'm going to weigh that out. But after I click on strike 3, that's your behind. I mean, would you agree or disagree with that?
I can appreciate you having a rule system. Again, it's up to the individual. If you set those rules and boundaries and you stick to them, then for you, they should be followed, and you should not deviate from them. It would show the person that you're serious, and it would show some of the fabric of your character, because there are many people that will say certain things, and you know this, and then they may renege on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And that's okay too, because, like I said, when emotions get involved or
oh yes,
feelings, then that's a different dynamic. And I was going to ask you, how much time did you allot for this? Because there are a couple of questions that I wanted to ask or to put out there, but I didn't want it to impede on your time.
go right ahead. Go right ahead.
You sure? It's a little bit spicy,
Okay.
so you make your mind up before I go.
No. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. I got time.
You might have to take an intermission and go on merch. But I want to talk about online relationships. And I don't mean intimacy or intimate relationships, although some have turned into that. But I want to know your true feelings on that. Do you think it is a good thing, a bad thing, or should it be considered as taboo for content creators? You think you can handle that?
Sure. Throw it at me. Throw it at me. I'm built for it.
I just did. What is your feeling about online relationships?
I was gonna answer that. I was definitely gonna answer that.
Okay. I'm going to work.
Okay. I don't mind it as long as you found the right one. I mean, hell, if JP and Flora could find love, then what the hell, right? And those two individuals are the most weirdest individuals I have ever met in my life. But JP, that's my boy right there. Even though he does some weird shit, but I guess he found love, and I have no problem with that. If you are if he is happy and if she is happy, then why do I have to judge? What it's been internet love is internet love, as long as it's not fake, as long as it's not an overnight sensation, as long as you staying true to yourself and you ain't just out there just to get some have sex with that individual. If you really want truly, I would say go outside the internet. That would be better. But if you're willing to travel for miles and miles out just to meet that individual and play with that individual in a real playful manner, if you have some type of affection for that person, then I don't mind it at all.
Put the car in park. Now, have you, Mr. We-On-Loc,
Oh, boy.
ever expected anything in return for any deed, good, bad, or indifferent? Or you may elect not to answer this question because it's on YouTube and somebody will hear it. I'm going on Mert.
As it pertains to me, I elect not to answer that question. I
That's
plead
fair.
the fifth.
That's fair. I had to ask. I had to ask. And please feel free to ask me anything as well. Okay, we'll skip over you. And I'll ask this of you if you believe that there have been other male content creators, and I'm not mentioning any names, who may have expected something in return for a somebody's laughing at you. They're all gonna laugh at you. They're all gonna laugh at you. See, sexy toy lady, I'm not as quiet as a lot of people think.
You know why? Because she's heard this before. She's heard this plenty of times. They all have meetings about me. All of them.
Well, damn it, I haven't heard, so let me know. I'm the special guest, right?
Oh, fine.
I'm still sick.
All right.
Give me some tea. I'm still sick.
Well, this tea is kind of dull, but I'll say this: the first time is like me and a friend of mine who will be named nameless. I mean, we have fun. We have some fun together. You know, we've done karaoke. We've talked on offline before. I mean, we was cool. It was cool. Did I expect anything? No, because I am full blown married. But did we have?
What does that have to do with anything in 2024? Now, I'm not saying that because one has that union and they made that union in front of God that things don't happen outside. And I'm not getting into your business. Are you still chuckling?
No.
Because I'm being very serious. Okay.
No. Let me put this down.
Do you know how many people that? Well, I'll just refer to this song by Babyface and Pebbles. Love makes things happen. If you think about the lyrics and the video, that's true to life to many people. So if you begin to have conversations and sharing certain things in your life, you don't think that a bond could be formed, and that bond could either gradually or quickly turn into something more? And these are just questions. Again, you don't have to answer them, but I'm curious.
I'll say this, and this is truthful coming from me. Anybody can speculate anything they want, but when you have as much chemistry as me and this individual had, I mean, and I could turn it on or I could turn it off. We've had discussed plenty of times about our relationships, and this individual knew that I was married, and she often asks, how's my wife doing? And I often go, she's fine. And that would be it. But my wife has walked in on me plenty of times when we have been karaokeing with one another. And she often looked at me like I was nuts. And she usually just walks back in the room and just watches TV. There was another individual who had tried to break up our relationship just because I was more of a friend to her than to the new girl that came along, and she ended up getting cussed out for that.
We-On-Loc.
Yes.
You got some special powers going on or something?
Who are you talking about?
You said the new girl. I'm like, wait a minute. I was still on the first one. You jumped to another.
No. What I mean is the person that I was friends with at the time. There was another. Well, I don't think I explained the other situation with you, which I'm not going to do. Let's just say there was a girl that remember when I told you about the part where this girl thought she was a part of the Black Panther movement or whatever, and she was a whole crazy individual. We were all doing some what I thought was some real cool stuff online because we weren't even talking about anything. We were just chilling. And this crazy individual decides to plot and try to get me to not speak with the person that I was actually cool with. And again, she was always starting beefs with everybody that she was in contact with. She was always calling people pedos and rapists and all this other shit. And I didn't know who she was referring to until I met those people, and I'm like, okay, what am I here for? And I would, because two sides can be, there's two sides to every story. But anyway, at the end of the day, I almost lost my friendship because of that individual, and she is no longer on YouTube. No longer. Do we talk often on? Yeah, we do. Do we share intimate conversations? No, we do not. As a matter of fact, I would consider that person my sister. And I guess that, ain't much to tell. All the other stuff, what's good, Beachy? What's good? All the other stuff, that's set in stone. If you will, everybody's heard it. If you will want to do some deep diving research, you can feel free, go right ahead. It's locked in YouTube forever. But do I regret it? Yes. Yes, why? I do. Because again,
or because of the end result?
The end result.
So let me ask you this. What type of result would you have preferred?
I would prefer if we were to talk face to face on the phone. And why did I say that? let me rephrase a little bit. Okay, I would prefer if we were to talk on the phone, and so can resolve it, because the mess of it all is I allegedly got upset because this person, Michael Mick doesn't exist, spent a large sum amount of money on another platform and proclaimed that I was upset, which is totally and utterly false. I was not upset. I was shocked, but I wasn't upset. So, needless to say, and it wasn't no anger towards me. It was an anger towards another YouTuber, right? Who, in my opinion, should be kicked off of YouTube, but that's a different story for a different day. Needless to say, I should have just discussed this over the phone, and then hopefully we would have resolved it, and there would have been no threats, no nothing, no talking about, you did this to me, you did that to me, and giving it to other YouTubers to have, try to take a laugh at it. It's like it's a whole bunch of BS, right? But it could have been avoided if I would have not put out the video, and I were not, hey Lisa, and if I were not, I would just talk to her over the phone, basically. That's it. But let me ask you something, if I could.
Absolutely.
Were there any intimate moments with anybody online that would you like to share with us with? If you were, liked a certain person and you, I don't even know how to ask.
Ask.
Ask for what? Is there a certain person that you liked online and you share intimate, stuff with, or did you or didn't you, or
No.
Now,
Sexy Toy Lady asked a question earlier. I was in a chat yesterday or day before yesterday. I want to say yesterday, but within the last couple of days, and I mentioned that I was in that chat, or I was introduced to that person by Coach D. And I made a comment, which was a joke, that I felt like a paramour because I was brought over to that particular person. I'm in a lot of different chats now because of Coach D having people up on his panel. So when I said that, a couple of people thought that there might have been something going on behind the scenes, which is totally untrue. He's been on my platform and it's been extremely kind to me. He's done quite a few mental health streams with me. So that's how I actually met him. And through that, I've seen other people. She is somebody actually that I saw through Coach D. Hood Conservative, and it's been some other people. So a lot of people that I've seen, I actually saw them initially from Coach D. So I'm not really sure what's going on with that particular dynamic, and I'm not going to get into that. But as far as any type of relationship or anything like that, absolutely not. No. And I will say, and I've said this before, I did an interview with him on his dating website where he was asking me questions, and I explained to him that I have been actually celibate since 2018, and I am still June 2024, and extremely happy still.
I mean, that's the, I didn't know that's what that comment meant. Oh, so the sexy toy lady. Shame, shame, shame. Always want to get the scoop on somebody. Always want to get the scoop. We got to interrupt the show to acknowledge that my brother from another mother, Nightish, has blessed me with a super chat. So you get a good old fashioned We-On-Loc song. Be right back.
That's ISO. Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Fucking my post the same now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Fucking my post the same now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah. Heard them lanes was talking now and we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch them know that I'll be.
Thank you, bro. I really do appreciate the coffee. Well, wine, rather. But you were saying, DoeEyes?
That we did a interview, I believe last year, on his dating show. And I explained to him then that I had been celibate since 2018, and I still am. So there is no type of relationship that I'm having with him or anyone on or off social media at this time. My focus is getting healthier and other things that I'm doing. So no. Sorry, I don't have any tea like that for you, but that's the truth.
I mean, your life is your life. I mean, if you wouldn't want to have any intimate relations with anybody online, that's cool. I would prefer you have it off. But again, people do what they want to do, as long as it's pure and it's healthy, and you both of the two parties have an understanding about each other. Other than that, I mean, it's good. I don't like to get into people's business per se, because it gets messy. But it's like, what do? You're on the internet, and people want to know the tea. Like, sexy toy lady always wants to know, who you been in bed with, who you been sleeping with, huh? Oh, you got any good pictures on the show? I mean, no dig, sexy, but I mean, damn. Some people are sensitive like that. Like me. I'm very sensitive.
But is there anything really wrong with wanting to know if there was any tea like that going on?
Here's the thing. You just said it. You explained it to me, what, a few minutes ago? There are people out here that literally put your business out on Front Street. And an unhealthy manner too. It's like, they all want to know. We-On-Loc business with this person, that person. I thought he was married. Some shit like that. Like, it's like, no, he the man. They're like, I'm not here for all of that. I'm not here from all of that. And look, she even said, I ain't never asked for no picture. I'm just making a statement. I'm making a statement. I'm not saying anything crazy towards you. I'm just making a general statement. That's all. I'm not saying that you did anything. Just making a statement. Sheesh. See how sensitive people can be? But if we were on a healthy channel, now I want to ask you a question. Point out a healthy channel that we can go to where we can free flow and talk about our business without anybody putting our business out there on Front Street. Name one.
I don't know of any at this time. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that there aren't, but I don't know of any.
Okay.
Maybe someone else in the chat may know, but I honestly don't.
And you have a fair, decent amount of people every time you go live. Do you trust those people?
By what?
I said you have a healthy amount of people that come on your chat. Do you trust those people? Do you trust those people to not put your intimate business out there if you had some business out there to discuss?
Oh, absolutely not. If I were to slide into anyone's DM and say anything remotely close to anything that could be perceived as flirting or something other to that, I would be up on a thumbnail faster than you could say ambassador, because people don't see me as that. So of course, just like some of the other things that have happened to other people, that definitely would. So again, I'm a lot older than many people as well.
I think
that may have a little bit to do with it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What can have something to do with it?
Say that again, We-On-Loc. I'm sorry.
You mentioned something. Okay. Start over to your second point. You said somebody might look at you as what? Well, let me ask this, because
I'm not. Go ahead.
You're delaying a little bit, but let me just ask this.
Sure.
Since you said no, you don't trust anyone in your live streams to be quiet about it and not put out your internet business out there on other people's streams, then why would anyone with any decency would actually do that?
Because
you see, I've learned my lesson. Correct.
We-On-Loc, somebody could be listening now and put a narrative out that we're talking and doing things behind the scenes.
That is correct.
We could be on a thumbnail tomorrow. We could be on a video tonight.
We-On-Loc
We-On-Loc a smashing dough. Doe gave up her celibacy to We-On-Loc. I can see that now. And no matter what I say, no matter what you say, it may not convince anyone.
And you know what? Two things can be true, but even though it's false, two things can be true at the same time. You know why? Because I've been called a simp. I've been called a simp so many times that I could never put a woman in her place, because I'm always trying to smash the ladies. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, I don't even know what that word means, first of all. And second of all, I'm more polite.
You don't know what the word smash means.
Say what?
You don't know what the word smash means?
No. I know what it means. I know. No. Simp. No, the word simp.
Oh, okay. I learned what that was on a manosphere with Aunt T last year. And I believe, if I can recall, it's where some believe that men will go out their way to appease women in whatever capacity that they need. I'm not sure if that's correct, but yeah. They called Boyce Watkins. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Boyce Watkins because he has been dragged so much.
I know.
He's been called a simp. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But when I hear the word simp, that's who comes to my mind.
Well, you know why he's been called a simp? It's because he decided
married that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a woman with a child. I'm like, what's wrong with that? If he wants to marry a woman who already has a kid, then God damn it, what is so wrong with that? See, this is the reason why I say this is so these things are so clickbaitish. It's like you have nothing else to talk about, and then you generally turn on the TV and you decide anybody can get a microphone, a camera, a laptop, or a PC and just basically talk trash all day, all because of their experiences and what they went through when they were little. And it's like, you don't know how to move forward. If you don't know how to move forward in life without getting your heart stomped on. I got my heart stomped on plenty of times, right? Wasn't no big deal to me. It hurt, but I move on. No, these people don't know how to distinguish between moving forward. Just start with that. You take your L's, you take your bumps, and then you move forward. Same with the female, right? A female can be just as strong and just as deviant, if you will, when she is hurt. And she is going to do everything and anything because you hurt her. A man is in that same position, except he wants nothing to do. He would want nothing to do with, say, the majority of, say, black women, for example. He wants nothing to do with black women. He would rather go overseas and be with women over there because they're gentle and they're kind and they're submissive and they do this and they do that.
You're talking about passport bros.
Well, I mean, not necessarily, but you could put them in there. I've known regular human beings who absolutely don't.
Do you think that's a sellout?
No, because they're actually people
who are not wanting to put in work.
You're cutting in and out. What you say?
Did you hear me?
Could you ask the question again?
Do you believe that's a sellout, or yes? Do you think that's a sellout, or black men just not wanting to put in the work?
Ooh! Since you said that, I would say that's just men that don't want to put in no work. If you put it that way, being in a relationship, it's not that hard. It's not that hard at all. But they make it so difficult to where it's like, why are you in a relationship? You're in a relationship for one thing and one thing only. And if that's the case, then just freely just express yourself and be honest with that person and say what you want. Just say what you want. But if you want to be in a relationship, you got to take you got to take everything and anything what that relationship may bring you. You know this. I'm sure you've been married, divorced, whatever, and you know what it takes to be in a relationship, correct?
Yes, I believe I knew what it took to be in a relationship, but with mine, apparently it wasn't good enough. So you can do all the things that, you can do all of the things that one is expected to do. One may feel obligated, or one may just want to do because they love that person. However, sometimes that still isn't good enough. And I say that, and this was something that I covered with that interview with Coach D. A red flag, in my opinion, is where you and your spouse or your partner, your relationship is built on communication, and you communicate about everything. Once that communication starts to wane, you best believe the communication really hasn't waned. It's waned from you, and it's going to someone else. And that someone else happened to have been a coworker, and I knew something was wrong because I'm like, okay, we're not talking the same as we used to. It's just, if you are not truly in things for the long haul, then problems can arise. You were on a live stream when I had the author who was married to 5 women, Taiwan Gales. Remember that?
I've heard of it.
And we were talking about body count. And yes, you came on there. We were talking about the body count at that time. But he was married
Oh,
5 times. You remember that? That's when I first
yeah.
met you. Really, that was one of the first live streams you were on. And we were talking about the family dynamic and how he moved in just about every damn member of his family to that house, and it was chaos. That was one of the main things that broke up that relationship because the mother, oh God, the mother, you know how men are about their mothers. You already spoke about that.
Hmm.
Was in my kitchen. Two women can't be in a kitchen. I'm sorry. And there were so many things I was saying in my head, like, lady, if you don't go sit down and relax someplace. But there are a lot of variables involved. And again, I did what I believe I was supposed to do, but it wasn't good enough. So you're having problems. Instead of discussing those problems with that individual, you take those problems outside of the home and you start talking to a coworker. And then you and that coworker begin to bond. And before you know it, you have a emotional relationship that can develop, and then possibly many times a physical relationship. And then when that happens, without therapy, and sometimes with therapy, it's done and over with. So I ended up leaving because it turned into a very volatile relationship. So
If I may,
I talked to a couple. Yeah, ask away.
if I may ask, and I'm gonna be light with it. What would you be looking for, if any, in a male? If you were to get in a relationship with somebody, what would you look for?
Right now,
Other than honesty, because everybody knows honesty, and truth. What else would you look for? Yes, right now.
a strong back. No, I'm just joking.
A strong back.
I was joking. I was joking. It slipped out. It slipped out. Edit that out. Edit that out. No, definitely. I mean,
I heard strong back. That's all I heard.
no, definitely a communicator about anything, good, bad, or indifferent. If we cannot communicate and you storm out, I'm not a mind reader. Nothing will be accomplished. And I don't want to communicate over a text message or an email. I want to communicate in person because some things, in my opinion, get lost in translation. You may say something or text something out of anger. I may be in my feelings and I receive it a different way. And
Yes.
things could get blown so out of proportion. And by the time you try to come together, you may be packed up and staying in a hotel someplace a couple of days. I mean, anything could happen. So for me, I need that communication, and I can't compromise that. That's a must. That is a must. That's key,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
in my
Yes.
opinion. Someone who is willing and able to take the baton when I might not be able to, and vice versa. Because as we get older, and even if you take the age out of the equation, things happen. Some people may not be strong enough to deal with life changes as we get older. That's another thing. if someone is dealing with something, or if they have family members where one of the elder parents are ill or need assistance, that can be very emotional and a strain on families. Is that person going to be strong enough to deal with situations like that? Or are they going to disappear because they're not used to it or they're afraid of what may be the inevitable? So these are things that people, to me, they don't talk about. Some people don't conceptualize We-On-Loc. They don't look at the future. Everybody, well, not everybody, but a lot of people are just living in the now. But as far as relationships, long-term relationships, you got to look at those types of things. When I was in the hospital, as I said, there were people transitioning left and right. There was a family, I'll never forget, the oldest daughter was arguing, and she wanted her mother to keep getting morphine just to be comfortable, while others were fighting about hospice. I mean, it was just a mess. No one really wants to discuss those things, and I understand that, but those are discussions that need to be had. The people transition. Do you have an advance directive? Do you have your house in order, as the old colloquialism goes? Do you? Those are things you need to discuss, especially when you may have children. Will they know what to do if something happens? Do you have a plan once you get older? Or what if you get sickly? Are you going to be shuffled into a nursing home, and the children, I hate to say it, but there are some families that do this, out of sight, out of mind. You'd be surprised of things that go on in certain families. So you got to have a strong person that will be able to deal with that, who would want to. That's love right there. Because that's difficult. And nobody should have to experience that and try to maneuver that plus their life outside of that alone. If you have someone that loves you, in my opinion.
You are absolutely correct there. I mean, like I said, when it comes to relationships can be hard. They can be difficult. But they can also be just as nice when two people are in sync with each other. But once you take that next step, that final level, sorry for the Last Dragon reference, when you get that final glow, when you put that ring on her finger and you say I do, that means you no longer belong to you anymore. You belong to her. She belongs to you. And if you want rain, you're gonna take the mud. If you want sunshine, you're gonna take the rays with it. And sometimes it causes skin cancer, but hey, shit happens. People just want, if people want PlayStation and a woman to make her man a sandwich and not say anything to you other than not to be graphic, but face down and ass up. That's what certain people want. And I tell people that's not what marriage is about. That nuclear family stuff, that's so overblown. Because honestly, what is the nuclear family? A nuclear family is basically a man going in and right? Handling his business, going out and handling his business like a man should, while the woman stays at home, cooks and cleans and does all that stuff. I didn't come from that. I came from a 2-parent household where both my mother and my father worked for the same company, just different building, different location. The bills were paid, food was on the table, and they took care of their only child, which was me. That's what a family should be. That's what.
And for those, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
For those that have not been fortunate to come from a family dynamic that you just mentioned, is it possible that their relationships will not mimic what you just described, or could they be successful without having that same type of relationship, the 2-parent home, working
in this era, in this generation?
Did I ask something wrong? Yes.
Well, we're
Come on, man, spit it out. Spit it out.
I am, but okay. In this generation, sure. The numbers may not be there.
You are being so sarcastic.
No, how am I being sarcastic?
I can hear you grinning or feel you grinning through the phone.
No, I'm being honest. I'm being totally honest with you. The way things are going now is something strange to me. It's all weird. All of it is weird. I'm just gonna be honest with you. All of it is. I'm just glad to be in the Generation X. I'm glad to be there because we didn't have all of what we have right now. It's just weird. Relationship. A man literally is afraid to go up to a woman nowadays and say hi. It's all aggressive now. It's all about sexual attention. It is what it is. Ain't no conversation, ain't no mating anymore. It's just all mere BS. And even if you do, let's just say you make it all the way, right? Let's just say you have a established relationship, whatever. Let's just say you get married. There are even talks about having a 2-year contract, right? Of us being in a marriageable relationship. After the 2-year contract, the man should have the right to invalidate that marriage, and if he wants to continue that marriage. Something of a ridiculous. I said, if you're in it, you're in it all the way. I don't do half-ass stuff. If you're gonna be half-ass around me, if you're gonna be that guy who just is in it for the thrill or something, then you don't need to be in a relationship. It's the same thing with the woman. If you just want to, show your skin all day, you show your body all day. If you're lucky to be picked, I mean, you should have some decorum and just have a decent presence about yourself for him, not just for him, but for yourself. I mean, it's just crazy how things are going in this day and age. Now, when I look around me, especially where I live in Las Vegas, Nevada, you know what I see? I see normal human beings walking around enjoying themselves, right? I do see couples who are married and living their lives, but this online stuff, no, 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 no. There might be. Don't get me wrong. If I wasn't involved, if I wasn't married, there would possibly be one or two people that I would be interested in. I'm not gonna lie to you. There'll be one or two people I would be interested in. Other than that, nah, miss me with it.
And I ask what could pique your interest?
Who could pique my interest?
What would pique your interest?
What could pique my interest? What do you mean the what? Like,
Physical,
are you talking about a? Oh yeah, the film. Oh, you have to have both. Intelligence. The mind of a the mind of a Mrs. Frances Cress Welsing, and the body of Halle Berry. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I pause? Yeah, just the intelligence is good enough for me. Everything else can work itself out. What say you?
I don't believe that.
You can definitely, you can believe it. You don't. Oh, you don't believe it.
I don't believe what you just told me. I think you fed me shanola and want me to believe it.
Do I have to come on camera? Do I have to come on camera to prove my innocence?
No, the vibe that I'm getting is you're feeding me BS.
How? That's no. No, that's not BS, ma'am.
That's the expected answer. Oh, the intelligence. I think you named that first, and then you named the body last. You know good and damn well that most of you men, or as some women will say, you men's, y'all are looking at the upper and lower regions first. You could care less if they
dog.
Let me finish, dog. Bite it. You could care less.
Yes, ma'am.
You could care less if a woman can pronounce or even spell a word more than 4 syllables. Don't you play with me. I'm old, but I'm not dead yet.
Okay. Can I speak, please?
Absolutely, it's your platform. I'll go on merch.
All right. First and foremost, that's what happens when you coming up to a woman, right? The communication is going to be there, whether it be for an hour or going to be for a second. It's going to be there. And if we're going to talk for a whole hour, that's what I expect. I don't expect sexy red. I don't expect you talking Google gagash to me. I may not be as old as you, but I'm old enough to know whether I'm being talked to as a...
You just knocked my ego down. I was feeling good. You just knocked it down. See,
Well, wait a
you
minute.
gotta think about the way you say things. You just said, I may not be as old as you. Well, damn. All right, let me shut my old ass up. I'll go on Mert.
I didn't think you would. To be perfectly honest, I didn't think you were that old to begin with. But anyway, I listen. I am well aware of. Listen, yes, you're all right. I am looking, but what am I supposed to look at? Her face? 9 times out of 10, your eyes are wandering. Your eyes are everywhere. You're wondering. You're wondering what you're going to be doing the next day. You're wondering what you're going to. You're wondering what food you're going to eat. You're wondering where you're going to be going. You're wondering where you're going to be going to your friend's house. You're wondering if you're going to class. You're wondering if you're going to the library. You're wondering if you're going to the freaking club. You can be wondering about. You could be thinking about anything at that particular moment, and then as soon as something hits you, you look and there's someone standing there. And you say, oh, she looks nice. And so you go up to the person, and it's not like I'm not that person. I'm not a hound dog. I don't look at that person right there. Oh, she got that big booty right there. I gotta get it. No, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
Well, I hope when you're wondering to make sure that that person doesn't have the same package as you. I'll go on Mert.
Oh no. I live in a city in a state where that's automatic. I look at the Adam's apple. I look at the forearms. I'm looking at everything. Right? Yeah, I ain't a Peter Popper. I ain't no purse snatcher. I'm not Little Nas X. Ain't no Little Nas X's here. Oh no. I love, and I'm cleaning it up. I love women. I wish I had a 6-pack. I wish I had an actual 6-pack. I'll open up a can and I'll drink it each and every time. Ain't no sucker here. Do you look? Do you see any rainbow colors?
No, but oftentimes we don't know about, and I think we're still in Pride Month. So, no, I don't see any rainbow colors. But
damn, I almost forgot.
What?
I forgot this is Pride Month. It's supposed to be. How are you gonna have Father's Day on top of that Pride Month? But that's a different story for a different live stream.
That is interesting, but there are a lot of down low individuals as well, and I believe that large in part because of society. That's a reality that I don't think many, well, at least I have yet to hear many people speak on.
Yeah, well, something that society needs to clean up. But anywho, I mean, but how can you clean it up? Well, I'm not saying it's simple, but it's something that if we were to work together in unison, it can be controlled. It can't stop it because the necessary forces don't want it to be stopped. It just wants it to continue because number one, it makes money. Number two, you depending on who you vote for, what president you vote for, you can always go to that to your. Well, I don't want to be politic. But let's just say there's a demographic of people who have their voices heard. Let's just say that. If we were to work within unison to better our communities, especially when you have children, under the ages of 12, looking at unnecessary things, shouldn't there be of an importance? Shouldn't there be shouldn't we talk about these specific things instead of just the same normal everyday gaga goo goo you're too masculine, you're too feminine type talk? Women ain't shit, men ain't shit. When is this gonna end? When is it gonna stop? I believe these things should be more important other than your own, talking about your own personal ego. But that's just me.
We-On-Loc, to be honest, I don't believe, that it is going to stop. And in fact, my prediction is it's going to continue to grow and carry on to children at a younger age and a younger age and a younger age. You have to keep in mind that a lot of things go on in the school systems, on buses, en route to and from school that your child may not discuss with you. You don't know what type of experimentation may be going on. And those are conversations I don't see many of. Not to say that they're not being had, but that's what I see. And the question is, can you, and I know you said you don't want to be political, so if I switch it to a spiritual realm, and yes, I've read the book of Leviticus and other books, and I know that we are supposed to be, if you're a believer, all children of God. Can we truly sit and judge, or just render our own opinions? I'll go on, Mert.
In Timothy, 2 Timothy, chapter 3, and I'm just going to do verse 2 through 4. And this is what I see today, each and every time I read 2 Timothy chapter 3. This is what I see amongst men now, that for men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, booster, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, unloving, slanderers, without self-control. I see all these things, right? And I try to be careful when I talk certain things, when I say certain things about the Bible, because everybody's a Bible expert now. Everybody's an expert. Because when it comes to the Bibles, it always comes down to women and how they act. And I said, are you not aware of the first assassination which was Cain and Abel, when Cain was jealous of his brother, because obviously he gave something to an offering to God that God liked, of God was appreciative of his versus Cain's offering. And when Cain killed his brother, that was the recording of the first true evil amongst our brethren. The first true evil, right? I'm not talking about the first disobedient, which disobedient came from Adam and Eve. I'm talking about the first betrayal, the first killings, the first deletion coming from Cain and Abel out of the book of Genesis. And I lost all train of thought after that. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So let me see. I lost train of thought again.
No, you were speaking about Second Timothy and
yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. But let me interject real quick. Last night, I believe, or was it the night before? Before I turned in, I was flipping channels, and I kid you not, and I want your honest opinion. Well, first of all, do you like the actress Lynn Whitfield?
Yes, that
Okay.
fine little.
She is still, in my opinion, so very attractive, and she's still doing her thing. But I was watching Showtime, and there's this show called the Chi, I don't know, CHI, We-On-Loc. I sat up in the bed. There was a scene, I kid you not, 2 big, buff men who were just sitting not side by side. One was sitting on one sofa and the other was sitting on the other. And one of them was drinking wine. And before I could blink an eye, and you know my eyes are big and I don't miss much, they were engaged in a lip lock and then an entanglement. And before you know it, the scene ended with the aggressor, if you will, backside showing.
Okay.
This was on the Showtime network, and even though you didn't see, but it left enough of your imagination to know what had happened. So that being said, do you fault, or could you fault, the network, the actors, actresses, the writers, the directors, humans? Because that, yes, it's all inclusive. You're not leaving any groups out. But is that contributing to what a lot of people don't agree with?
It's Hollywood. It's Hollywood, period. Along the lines you had different personalities of directors and managers and stuff like that that want to see things. And by the way, they are controlled by the masses, so don't think anything different. Masses, I mean, they're controlled by big corporations, big banks, the Illuminati, basically. So when you have different personalities and different groups and they want to see things make money, they want to see certain movies, they want to see certain videos, rap videos and R&B videos and all this make money. They are willing to put anything out there that will sell, even if it means Will Smith in his movie, what was it called, 180 degrees or something that he was in, that he played a gay guy.
6 degrees of separation.
6 degrees of separation, yes. Even if it meant that.
So was that an attempt to add to the arsenal of stereotypes that we, as the darker hue people, add to stereotypes?
Add a stereotype? Could you elaborate further?
Yes. Seeing such a scene, and I'm sure there must be other programs like that. Could that be a springboard to another stereotype placed on our people?
Yes. It is. When I'm gonna be so bold as to say, when you're in America, a lot of it is contribute. A lot of that shit is contribute to, yes, stereotypes that, the black man is weak. The black man is no longer the backbone of his community. They want to make us so weak.
I'm glad you said that. Oh, are you saying, and I'm sorry, but I have to get in when I fit in. Is that what I described to you? A perfect example of emasculating men? Because I'm telling you, We-On-Loc, both of them were so big and strong and handsome. One of them was.
You're cutting in and out. So I'll just. Yeah, I'll answer. I know what you're saying. I heard what you're saying.
You don't like my description? I'm sorry.
No. I said you were cutting in and out when you were. Again, you're in the delay, and I was agreeing with what you were saying, but you were cutting in and out. So I'll just answer it for you.
Okay.
What's going on, April? Now, on the record, April has a freaking voice that all men need to be paying attention to. Now, with that being said, you remember John Henry in the bottom? Is it John Henry? John Henry, the man that had the hammer and that was working on the railroad. You can add that on to the list of, let's just say, freedom fighters that if they were put on the big screen, like Nat Turner, like Prince, what was it? I forgot. Kwame Nkrumah. so many other revolutionaries other than Malcolm X, other than Martin Luther King. If you were to put real revolutionaries on the big screen, things would not be as what it would seem to be to this very day, I do believe. But again, this is Hollywood, and there is a reason why revolution is not televised. They want to see weak and unholy, just weak in the mind type of a man. And often you will get somebody who is just as strong and just as proud, but he's a gang member.
I was about to say, that's your contrast. So you have the two men together engaging in you know what. And in contrast, you have the gangbangers or the gang member.
You have the gang member, you have the gay guy, you have the sensitive guy.
That. You said that. So don't you come back later and say, oh man, my channel got stuck because of Doe. No, you said that.
It's okay. I can't say the F word. I can say the G word. Anybody can say the G word.
Okay.
Otherwise, what the hell is the First Amendment for? Well, and that's another thing. What is the First Amendment? If we can't if the Constitution were meant for black folks, then how come we get our channels being taken away every time? Free speech ain't free. But you were saying?
No, it's not. You're absolutely right, because I've been hit so many times. I said, you know what? I am not going to reapply again or forget it. I'm done. I remember the very first time I had a strike, I was talking about, I'll just say C-19, and I'll leave it like that. And it wasn't even anything about what you really can't talk about. And I'm looking at other things that people do and say, and nothing happens to certain individuals, but when you're speaking actual facts or explaining something that
go ahead. Yeah, you are fading again, but let me help you out, because I know how the internet is. The internet is so sensitive that literally you can be hit just for calling another brother a Negro, even though it's the word that the white man has given us, but yet you want to take it back. Yeah, it's her mic. It's either a mic or her internet, whichever the one. But let me see if I can do this. I hope you like what you are hearing right now. I hope everything is good with y'all. Like and subscribe to the channel. Hit and click that like button, and please become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. April Carter with a godly voice. Let me read this real quick. Let's see. Because race plays a big factor on what YouTube will allow you to put out there, I've seen white content creators doing and saying every ever with no repercussions. Oh yeah, you mean that white girl from Everything? Oh, Everything, no repercussions. You talking about that white girl over there that was freely say nigga every single time?
Who just pearly thing?
No.
No.
Some woman named Grace. Uh,
Oh,
Grace Thorpe.
never heard
Her,
of her.
well, before her, there was some woman on TikTok that said the word and it sputtered, it spiraled everywhere, right? And then you got this other female, this young female, which came on Sharon's channel, Sharon Bracey's channel the other day, and said that word 13 times. And they didn't do anything. But
Can't
I
hear
said,
you, We-On-Loc. Are you still speaking?
oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me? We gotta do this again.
Are you still there, We-On-Loc? We-On-Loc, are you still there?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Oh, okay. Good. Like I said, we're on the delay for some odd strange reason. But yeah, it's this like I said, this is woman named Grace, right? Her and her father, they have a channel together, and they're a bunch of rejects, and other people in their community don't want them there, so they have their own private channel together, and they freely, willingly just utter out that word each and every single time. And it's okay with certain people, but it's not okay with me, because what I did was I sent in a super chat and I basically comment, it's like, get her down. And he would not get that woman down. And I came to find out later on that someone had put in $100 for her to stay up. So it took another content creator on top of another content creator to get her down. And later on she came back up. I had already left. I wasn't mad at her. I was mad at him. It's like, how can you let stuff like that? How can you let stuff like that occur and you not give a consequence for that? And come to find out that, he was in it for the money. So yeah, white people freely, not all whites, but those selective ones that obviously think it's okay to use that word, and it's cool. You can use it. Just don't let me catch you. And if I catch you, I dare you to say that same word to me, right in my face. It's a double standard, yes. But I don't know if you have experienced racism or not, but since we're there, have you, DoeEyes, experienced racism? I'm on mute.
Yes. Basically, my mom, who was very, 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 very fair-skinned with natural red hair, she passed back in the day. in order to get a very good government job. When I was older, she explained why she did that and why she decided to marry someone a lot darker than her because she was considered too light for our people, but too dark for the lighter hue people. And growing up in certain jobs that I've had some of my darker sisters. And I am not light bright by any stretch of the imagination, but I've had some of my darker sisters call me entitled or make assumptions about me. I've had other races make remarks. I've been called a mutt. I've been called many things. So, yes, I have. I've had arguments with family members who, some of them, again, lighter complexion, a greenish gray eyes, who other family members would favor them. And others, not so much favorite. So it's been interesting growing up, being in the real world and watching how people react to you based on how you're packaged. It hasn't always been easy. I'll put it that way. Hopefully I answered that thoroughly.
You did. But people seem to think that just because and this is what irks my nerves and gets underneath my skin. People think just because it's a different freaking year that they're entitled to everything, including that word. Just because you hung out with a bunch of niggas that you just think you just have a green light, just because you want to marry, you want to be around our women, you want to marry our women, you want to get in our women's cookies, that you think you have the license, the green light to do and say whatever you want. And I'm mostly ashamed of our brothers to absolutely make the excuse that it's about love. Well, if it's about love, then name a person, name a poor black man that had a rich white woman pick him. Name one. I bet you couldn't name one. You're always going to get the rich black woman to be with a white man because she feels like the black man no longer can protect her. And it all goes back to the Willie Lynch chip. We are still underneath that. And until we realize that, we are still going to be under that spell, that thing that people often, that letter that they don't care to read because they think it's fake. They think that the guy's fake. It doesn't matter if the guy is real or not. Read the letter. Why would somebody potentially make the letter, and to this very day, things are significantly coming true? man against black man, old man against young man against old man, black man against black woman, the light skin
Well,
versus the dark skin.
some of those things are in the Bible. It may not be uh, race specific, but those things are in the Bible.
But brother versus brother, you're correct. But how it sounds, if you read the letter, how it sounds, it still rings true, and it doesn't, and it resonates only to us as a group.
So you are a believer that this letter, this Willie Lynch letter, was actually penned by someone, and the design of this letter is actually coming to fruition. Is that what you want me to believe?
It already came to fruition. It's already coming to fruition.
We're going to have some problems. We're going to have some problems. I think we might have to have a debate, because I'm one that I don't believe in it 100%.
You don't believe it? Have you read the letter?
Absolutely. And I've had these conversations before. They didn't end too well. But I've had these conversations before, because if you think about it, and again, this is my opinion, and I might get my head chopped off, but certain things that may sound illogical may not always be logical. And who were the test subjects? How did this person years and years ago pen this letter? What type of research was done? And why would it be placed upon one group of people? Maybe I'm lost in translation. Maybe you can explain it better.
I could, and as the time winds down, I think this is a good cause for a part 2 of this discussion, if you are willing to have that.
Absolutely.
Because this is going to take energy. This is going to take energy, and this is going to take. I think this might have to take an next person. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I can handle. No. This is you and me. We're gonna have the conversation. But
you can open a panel.
No. This is for you and me.
You think I'd get pummeled?
No. See, here's the thing. I don't do that. I don't do that.
Okay.
We're here to have discussions. We're here to have a conversation. This ain't a gotcha. This ain't a debate. Oh, I won. No, I don't do all that. We're here to have dialogue. Okay. I get irritated when people always have those. It's like, well, why do your people? It's like if these things exist, then you would not have the ability to go up and get up and work every day. You know, you got a job, you know, you got this and that, you got a car, you get a house. What does that have to do with prejudice still in America? What does that have to do with racists coming over here and taking over or waltzing over you? Why are we, if racism is not the pinnacle, then why are we dead last in America?
But who's dead last? Who's dead last? Can you say that over 50% of our people are dead last, or do you have a different statistic? If so, where are you getting these numbers? And again, we can have another conversation if you'd like, but there's just certain things that I don't necessarily agree with. Maybe again, I'm at a loss, but from my optics, and that's the only thing that I'm going from. I don't necessarily agree with some of those things 100%, respectfully, sir.
I'm just gonna tell you up front
Sure.
that I am a Pan African, and
Show enough.
I
Show
I am. She said, "Show enough." Joe, see, are
yes,
you
no
are you the type of person that believes that we are the world and we are the children? We are the
We
ones
are
to make a better day.
a better place for you and me. We are the world. We
Yeah,
are the world. We are, no,
yep.
we on Love Nation. No, but
See, you've been talking
I
to
just
Judge
think about a lot
Brown
of
too
things.
much.
Actually, he texted me earlier today, bless his heart. The last time we had a conversation, maybe a couple of months ago, it was about 5 hours deep. And I definitely will not and cannot play that, but we talked about a myriad of things. I love his knowledge. There's some people that don't care too much for him, but he is a walking history book, and a lot of things that he talked about a year or so ago, we see happening now. Um, I'll just leave it at that. But uh, I just look at different things. You mentioned that, and we can have this conversation at another time because I don't understand why is it the N word appears to be a term of endearment for us, but if someone else says it, oh, let's beat their ass. You can't say that. The other night, I was on this live stream, Caucasian young man. He's going through a lot. He is embarking on his journey to sobriety. And before he left his live stream, he was looking for a song to play. And one of the songs, it was deep, but they used the N word. Keep in mind, this was a Caucasian content creator. I was not offended by hearing the N word in that song. The majority of his audience was Caucasian. Am I wrong in not feeling some certain way?
Are you asking or are you telling me?
No, I'm asking. Because you said earlier that
It,
Gloria or Grace was wrong in saying that, but why are we not wrong in using it day in and day out? And I don't care if it's the hard ER or the NA. If it's wrong for others, why isn't it wrong for us?
because a lot of people are still traumatized about that word, that they think they think prematurely that it's still ours, which it technically is, but there are three versions of it, which I'll tell you later on. Not a lot of us are being educated on Black history. Not a lot of us were educated, especially in this generation, because what they're doing is trying to take that type of history away from our books, from the libraries. And what's sad is most of us don't even want to learn history. They just don't want to. And so when they get hit by that word, they're shocked because maybe somebody else of their ilk has said it before a Caucasian even came into the picture, and they don't even know what the word means. They just say it. They just say it, and they hear it in rap music. They hear it in the movies. They hear it everywhere.
Yes,
Right?
yes, because
So
he referenced Boys in the Hood. when he said this is my song, and I'm not gonna lie, the song was really deep. It was really deep, and I could feel his pain. So as I said, I am under the belief that we are all the Creator's children, brethren, if you will. We all have our crosses to bear. So why is there division? And I guess that's where I'm at a quagmire with. Why is there division? And I'll leave it with this. If you rewind back to that horrific day on September the 11th, would you deny help from someone else of a different race? And you know, if you did not receive that help, you may not be on, or there may not be a We-On-Loc today. Why is it when people gather at sports venues or other type of concerts that no matter what race or color they are, they can embrace one another and enjoy a victory if they're rooting for the same team? But once that venue is over, we're back to, I don't trust those people. Or if one of us were to walk across the street, a little old lady might grab her bag, or if they're on an elevator and someone comes in in their work clothes, they're looking at them suspiciously, and then they'll get off the elevator. I mean, I believe those things still happen today. So when does that end? Is it a mindset that is forever etched into people's beings, or what?
Well, I mean, it's the same way you would answer or ask me the question, why are we not changing? You know, why is there echo? Cam?
I lost you at the very end.
Yeah, there's an echo going on. Hold on. But anyway, at the same time that you would ask me, why are we not gathered together as one unity of black and white? I mean, that's happened before with Fred Hampton and the Black Panthers, and some actual white people and Hispanics trying to gather and become one unit. And I guess J. Edgar Hoover didn't want that, and that was the original Rainbow Coalition from back in the day. Now that very same sentence, now that very same thing is being colonized, and now the gays are using it. And the same reason why you were asking me why we were gathered in football stadiums is you can, in a positive way, is I would ask you how, and statistically, how often do you get pulled over by the police? And how often, if you do get pulled over by the police, do you fear of not coming home? I mean, these are different demographics for different people, different strokes for different folks. But my question, but here's the thing. When you say that word, when you say that N word, not only does it affect, it may not affect you in a certain way, but it affects others. And white people don't have that understanding. They don't have the understanding that they will never say that word. If they had understanding, they would never say it. It would never come out of their mouths.
Hispanics say it all the time. We-On-Loc. Latinos say it all the time. All the time.
You talking about? Are they black Latin? Are they black Latinos?
Does it matter? I guess.
Do you know what a Pan-African is?
Not 100%, no.
A Pan-African is a global entity, meaning if you are a Black American or African American, they got so many labels for it's ridiculous. If you're
know,
from,
right?
huh?
I said, I know, right?
Yeah. And if you're African, I would say American African. But either way, if you're from Canada, if you're from Jamaica, if you're from Haiti, if you're from Africa, if you're from Britain, if you're from Germany, and you're if your nationality is of African, right? African descent. If you're for African descendant, and even those who will argue with me all day, it's like, well, what about people who have white mothers or white fathers? I said, you are half Black then. So that would mean relatively, they will look at you the same way as that they will look at a cat who was in the big house back then. They will look at these light-skinned brothers or light-skinned sisters, and they will definitely label you a freaking slave back then. So you will be considered Black.
Absolutely.
We don't condone hatred at all. We're the type of people that will work on ourselves religiously when it comes to gathering unity. I'll just put unity, love, respect, teaching, honesty, all those things. That's the type of things that we need in earnest. That's the type of thing we need to honestly be told the truth about ourselves. I could care less of what the other side does, as long as it doesn't affect us. Richard Pryor got rid of that word years ago when he did his I think it was his final stand-up. I'm not sure.
It may have been, but We-On-Loc, who is going to be the truth teller, and how much credibility are we going to place in this truth teller who's going to tell us the truth about who we really are?
Well, you got people like Dr. Umar, you got people like Dr. Claude Anderson, you got people like me that can absolutely tell you the truth of who you are. But here's the thing: do you have ears to listen, ears to hear?
What about Shahrazad Ali? Do you listen to her or no?
Oh, I got her book.
Oh, okay.
I got that woman's book, but not a lot of people respect Shaza, however you say her name.
You're right. You're absolutely right
because of the comment that she made. I mean, since that's Kevin Samuels' boy and everything, you know. The comment that she made, I mean, not everybody's gonna like her. As a matter of fact, there's a content creator that I got on because he was cussing that woman out from Saturday to Sunday.
Wow.
And I believe you've seen this woman before. She calls herself Princella the Queen Maker.
I've heard of her and I've seen her on a couple of your shows.
On my show?
At least I thought so. Queen Princella? Somebody you had on the show. Or maybe you've reviewed.
I almost forgot. I reviewed her before she came on the show, and I didn't expect her to come on.
Okay. I knew I remembered. This was some time ago, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
She talked about the queen, and I was like, I had a couple of words for her, but I wasn't being mean. I wasn't being mean at all. But she did not care. She didn't care at all.
Well, sometimes people, and I've said this before, become extremely passionate in their beliefs.
No, Lisa,
Right?
it was more than twice. It was more than twice. I had her on at least 3 or 4 times.
Absolutely. I remember seeing that in your thumbnail. I'm like, wow, okay. Let's see what's going on with that. But yeah, this would be a wonderful part 2 because I listened and I just have my thoughts and opinions on certain things that appear to be accepted by one group, but is taboo if another group says or uses it. So I'm still learning and growing, but that's a good thing.
Well, let me ask, how often does this get brought up?
As far as the N word?
As far as talking about race, period.
In a lot of my spaces, not often, but other places that I venture to, I listen, and usually I'm quiet, but there are just certain things that I see in daily life, in the workplace. To be honest, sadly, even in church, We-On-Loc, and to me, that should never.
Church.
Yes, that shouldn't be divided, but you have many that are divided. And the church to me isn't a building, it's the people. But again, I don't want to get preachy or anything like that. So, yes, I read, I study, I question a lot of things that don't make sense to me. And there's nothing wrong with that. But
well, this is what I want you to do.
Yes, sir.
This is what I want you to do, ma'am. I want you to email me as many questions as you desire. And when we come back, they will be answered one by one.
You're cheating. You're cheating. You shouldn't have to have, because you want the questions beforehand so you can research and come back and answer them with the highest level of intellect when you know I want you to stumble. I want you to stumble.
See, this is the problem. This is the problem, right?
I want the black man to fall. No, I'm joking. That was really a joke. That was really a joke. I had to put that in. No, but seriously, no, I will do that because there are questions, and I'm going to write some tonight. But yeah, because my supervisor and I talked about that during devotional, and we talked about the church not being a building, but the people, and it should not be divided. And I don't know how you feel about that. So
the church is not supposed to be divided.
Right. Meaning Africans go to an African church. Hispanics go to a Hispanic church. All races go to different churches. No, we should come together. That was his thought process.
Well, I don't. To be
if you're
perfectly
receiving
honest,
the word,
I don't see his church separate.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't see the church separating. And to be perfectly honest with you, not everybody goes to church.
That's true too. So that's why I'm saying there are a lot of questions that I have, because when you have so many different people speaking on portions of the Bible, books in the Bible, you have your Seventh-day Adventists, you have your Pentecostal, you have your Catholics, you have so many that believe in a higher power, but
you have the Pentecostal, you have the Quran, you have the biblical text, you have the coffin text. You have all those things, and yet you had different. Just like you have different tribes.
Yes.
Different. What's the word I'm looking for? Cults. You had different cults, and you had different. A whole bunch of other. You had series of things that separated. But here's the thing: from a Jew to a Pentecostal to anybody who's Irish, when it comes to gathering power, wealth, and influence, who is our ally? I leave you with that. Do you think that, and I'll leave you with this too, do you think that the Italians and the Jews and everybody else who is white, even the British, are for black people when it comes to revolutionary time?
I'll save my answer until the next time. I'll save my answer until we meet again.
Until we meet again. And you know what? I was going to ask you, why don't you bring up old Judge Joe Brown up there so we can... No.
Oh my goodness. I may bring that to his attention just to see. And he will talk and talk. And
please, by all means, bring them up.
I'm not going to guarantee, but I'll throw it his way.
Please. Simulcast it if you want.
That's interesting, though. As I said, I have so many different.
You got me burning. Oh, you got me burning with so many. Oh, I gotta read now.
I got you burning. We haven't even met.
You know what I meant.
I was joking, but no, I do. I really do have so many questions. And again, there are a lot of things I'm still learning about. Don't get me wrong. I don't know everything, and I appreciate those that do have a lot more knowledge, because that's what it's about at the end of the day. If we don't know something, or if someone can show us a different perspective of looking at things, I may still at the end of the day say, he's full of, what, I'm still going to believe. Or I could say, you know what, I never even thought of it like that. But let me step back and reassess how I'm thinking. That's the beauty of listening and hearing another person's perspective. That's how you learn. That's how you grow.
Speaking of listening and learning, have you listened to any of Umar lectures before?
I have not listened to his lectures, but when he does his uploads on King Kong consciousness, I listen to them, and I always wondered why he repeats certain things 3 times, and I always get a chuckle when he says, "Show enough, show enough, show enough." And then when he goes into the snow bunnies, I fall out completely. But yes, I yes.
Yeah. Well,
He's
DoeEyes, this has been a pleasure. Please come back. We coming back. We coming back. You have my email.
I do.
You have my email. And please, if you want to, bring them on up so we can talk about manhood and everything. No.
Now you sound just like him. If not him, I have a couple of others in my arsenal. So I don't know if you follow those people or not.
Who would they be?
One would be maybe Rose Sanchez. Now, he is a flat earther, so I'm not sure if that's something you want to delve into or not.
I like flat earthers. You talking about the ones that well, some people just don't know nature. They practice with they fiddle with nature a lot, right?
Yes, and chakras and energy.
I love those people.
He's a synchronous. So again, you have to study him and listen to some of his broadcasts. Again, he's considered controversial by many people, but I've learned from him. Again, nobody has the answers to everything. Keep that in mind. But anytime your mind's eye is open, at least to a different perspective, I think that's a good thing. It's up to you, though, to do your own thorough methodical research and maybe come up with your own ideas at the end of the day. But again, it's about seeking knowledge and seeking truth, in my opinion.
That is correct. That is also correct. Well, thank you, DoeEyes. Huh?
I said, any final words for me?
Bring your tail back over here so I can just dust you now.
You got me. You got me on that one. I wasn't even expecting that. That was funny. You even had me laugh, so thank you. Truly appreciate
Not a problem.
it.
Not a problem, man.
Well,
I definitely appreciate you.
Absolutely. You enjoy the remainder of your night. Is it hot as you know what out there in the desert?
Yes, it is. It's about 1:14 right now.
Oh my, how are you standing it?
I just stand in it. It doesn't bother me.
I hate heat like that. And I think, well, we have a heat advisory here, and I think they say that it feels like it may be 110. Oh, goodness.
Where is that? Arizona?
No, I'm in the DMV. District of Columbia. District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. District of Columbia, D.C., Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia. I'm in the nation's capital.
So you're East Coast. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Where my oldest cousin is right now. Wherever he's doing.
And where is that?
I don't know where he is in DC. I just know that he travels everywhere, looking for jobs and stuff. He
they're plentiful here.
to Mexico.
Very plentiful. But yes, that's where I am. So yeah, I've been to Vegas and it was hot then, I had fun.
And it's hot
Actually, that
now.
was back. I'm sure. The time that I did go, I gambled, and that's something that I also gave up. This was years ago, but it was beautiful. But I could not stand the heat. I was actually evil. Evil. The heat makes me evil.
Heat makes you evil.
Yeah, maybe not evil, but I get mad. Now I'll cuss you out when I'm hot and sweaty. Just don't talk to me. Just leave me alone. Let me get you a shower.
I will lick you. You cuss me out when it's in the heat. That's an attraction.
We-On-Loc, you have a marvelous, wonderful night. This has been a wonderful conversation, and let us end on a positive note, because I better not end up on anybody's daggone thumbnail tomorrow fooling around with you.
You know what?
'Cause
I expect no, I don't expect it, but then again, I do. Because again, my name wouldn't be Simp for a reason.
You're funny.
As a matter of fact,
You're so-
the man on here, that Black Man Unfiltered, he's the one that gave me that name.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Is he like an associate or an op of yours?
He's just somebody that likes to come over and bug me from time to time.
Well,
We had a
he
little
didn't seem to
falling.
be
We had a
too
little
bad.
falling out, but we good now.
I mean, that happens. That happens. I mean, our conversation earlier, things happen. You just converse and hopefully salvage whatever it was, and you move on and be happy. That's all. But
All right,
you have a good
email
night.
me, girl.
I most certainly will. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Thank you so much.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye now.
And this is the We-On-Loc channel, and we had a awesome guest coming in. Look out for that part 2, possibly coming sometime next week. And everybody was awesome. Everybody was awesome. Y'all was awesome with your patience, with your questions. I love you all. And until next time, part 2 coming up. We-On-Loc Nation featuring DoeEyes coming soon. Thank you everyone for attending. Peace.